ask the chairperson to come through, chairperson of council.
Once more, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request all of you to take your seats. Can I request the Chair of Council to come forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Zimbo. Proper acknowledgements will be done after this program that I'm doing now, but I think it will be very much important, ladies and gentlemen, just to do acknowledgement of 4 people. Not to say all of us are not important. We are all important, but I think as a politician, it will be career limiting, or as a serving councillor, or as a serving chair of the council, or as the mayor of the area, not to do this important for acknowledgement. In the main one of them, let me acknowledge the presence amongst us of the Honorable Minister for Environment Affairs, Mayor Edna Mulewa, Dr. Edna Mulewa. You are welcome here in Maroon. Let me also acknowledge our Chancellor to be inaugurated, Dr. Mkhwanazi, amongst us. Let me also acknowledge the Vice-Chancellor to be inaugurated amongst us, Prof. Zide. Let me also acknowledge whether we call the outgoing or the outgone or the former VC of VUT, Mkhwanazi. All of you are acknowledged. Ladies and gentlemen, the item that I'm on now is very much simple and short. I'll ask all of us to stand up to do silent prayers and imitation as a way of respecting and officially asking all of us. We have got different way of asking those that we have hope on to make this event to be a very, very, very success. So can you all rise up or stand up on silence just for prayers and imitations? Thank you very much. God bless Africa. Thank you very much. We can get seated. It might have been too short, but I know the voice was not that short. It has been heard where you were sending it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mofokeng. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Professor K.P. Jimbo, and I am the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Academic and Research of this fine institution. And for the proceedings of today, I will be acting as the program director. Thank you very much. I just need to welcome quite a number of dignitaries and obviously yourselves. Honorable Minister Edna Mulewa, Minister, Department of Water and Environmental Affairs, you're most welcome. This is becoming your home. We will make sure that there is an office for you so that whenever you want to do some research, you can always come to this institution. You are part of this institution. She is an honorary graduate of this institution. Dignitary from the French Embassy, Dr. Jean-Paul Toutain, our attaché for science and technology. You are most welcome to this august occasion. Dr. Anna Mokong, Honorary Consul General of Iceland in Pretoria. Director General Mavundla, chairpersons of council, obviously our chairperson, Councillor Mofokeng, chairperson of the VUT Council, Judge Mavundla, chairperson Sefako Mahato University, Dr. David Mabunda, chair of council, University of Mpumalanga. If I have not mentioned other chairs of council, please pardon me. Members of council present, Professor Ahmed Bawa, Chief Executive Officer of Universities South Africa, Dr. Molapo Kobela, Chief Executive Officer of the National Research Foundation, our former Vice-Chancellor, Professor Irene Motlana. Welcome home, Professor. You're most welcome, and most welcome to the proceedings of this afternoon as you hand over the baton to the new Vice-Chancellor. Vice-Chancellors and principals from other institutions present, I'm going to mention those that we already have on the list. If I don't mention your name, again, please pardon me, it probably was not put on the list earlier on. Professor B. Hwari, at Northwest University, Professor Mandla Makhanya, the University of South Africa, popularly known as UNISA, welcome, sir. Professor T. Maikiso, Mpumalanga University, Professor Alwyn Law, Monash University. You're most welcome to your old home, Professor Law. You're most welcome, sir. Thank you. I welcome all the DVCs from other institutions. There are quite a number. I see my former colleague, Professor Mamokheti Pakeng, from the University of Cape Town. You're most welcome, Kheti. You're most welcome to this institution. So all the DVCs and senior management from other institutions, you're most welcome. We also want to welcome the chairperson of the South African Broadcasting Corporation Board, Ms. Akanyisile Kweyama. You're most welcome, ma'am, to the VUT. We also have other executive mayors present, and the ones I have on my list are Ms. Busisiwe Modisakeng, Sedibeng Municipality, Mr. Mayetu Kayile, Motlatsana Municipality, and former Mfuleni Municipality Mayor Mashidulu. We have quite a number of registrars from other institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, registrars, you are most welcome to this institution. I would like to recognize our deans of the Valley University of Technology that are present with us this afternoon. The Faculty of Applied and Computer Sciences, Professor Mabuza. The Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Professor Ndege. The Faculty of Human Sciences, Professor Rihanna Vanderbank. And the Faculty of Management Sciences, Professor Durab, who is not with us this afternoon, but is represented by Dr. Mkhwanazi. Members of the Executive Management Committee present, members of the Senior Management Forum present, members of Senate, members of the Institutional Forum, union representatives, representatives from convocation, campus principals, executive directors, university staff, and our students present, academic and administrative heads of departments, the Student Representative Council, partners from industry that we work with so closely, associate professors and professors present, family and friends, our guests of honor, Dr. Humphrey Mkhwanazi. You're most welcome to this afternoon's proceeding. And obviously, right at the end, Professor Gordon Zide, you are welcome, sir. This is your day. We will talk when we get to that section. The VUT staff and students, ladies and gentlemen, you are all most welcome to the Valley University of Technology, but most importantly, you are all welcome to this very important function in the history of this institution, and indeed in the history of any other institution when we come to the process of inaugurating our Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor. The appointment of a Chancellor in any university is a very important occasion. The Chancellor is the ceremonial head of the university, and he or she, in this particular case, he is elected in accordance with the statute of the university by an electoral college consisting of the members of council, the members of the Executive Management Committee of Senate, and the President and Vice President of the convocation. The Chancellor awards, among others, degrees in the name of the university at graduation ceremonies and performs other ceremonial duties of this institution. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now read a very brief, and I would like to emphasize, a very brief resume of Dr. Mkhwanazi. Dr. Mkhwanazi is an internationally experienced senior business leader, serving as a director in several reputable companies. He is able to contribute imaginatively and innovatively to the development and sustainability of business. He has extensive executive leadership, business and technical experience in the fields of energy, mining, and the public sector. His knowledge and understanding of public policy and current government policy priorities, coupled with sound networks in both the public and the private sectors, sets him apart. As an executive coach, he has a passion to grow, to guide and nurture newly appointed executives. Dr. Mkhwanazi is a former executive chairman of BHP Billiton, Southern Africa, a position he held for 7 years, from 2008 to 2015. He joined BHP Billiton in February 2005 as president and chief operating officer of BHP Billiton Aluminium, Southern Africa. Before then, Dr. Mkhwanazi was CEO of Bateman Africa Limited, a position he held from 2004. He was previously the Chief Executive Officer of the National Electricity Regulator of South Africa, where he was responsible for rebuilding the organization into a world-class regulatory authority. He was also responsible for setting up and leading several regional and African-wide regulatory bodies. He was president of the Chamber of Mines for the period 2010 to 2012. Dr. Mkhwanazi serves as chairman of Gibela Rail Transportation, Odgas Bentstone, South Africa, as Elwes Private Label Promotion. He is also a non-executive director, non-independent, of listed South 32 and Murray and Roberts Holdings. Dr. Mkhwanazi holds a BSc in Mathematics and Physics from the University of Botswana and Swaziland. He completed an MSc and PhD in Applied Physics at the University of Lancaster in the United Kingdom. I thank you.
Am I still? Okay. I was saying the Council of the Valley University of Technology has appointed Dr. Xolani Humphrey Mkhwanazi as Chancellor of the Valley University of Technology for the next 5 years. Chairperson of Council, I present Dr. Mkhwanazi.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Dr. Mkhwanazi. I'm now going to take you through to the oath of office. So you will follow me as I go through and read the following. This statement is by you. I, Xolani Humphrey Mkhwanazi,
I, Xolani Humphrey Mkhwanazi,
I request you, or in fact, I request you to affirm office. This is me, sorry, I read the wrong one. I read the wrong one. Then the statement is by you now. I do solemnly declare that I will do to the best of my ability
that I'll do to the best of my ability
to discharge all the duties
to discharge all the duties
and the obligations of the Chancellor
and the obligations of the Chancellor
in accordance with the pertaining legislation
of the
VAL University of Technology.
University of Technology.
Thank you very much. This is an affirmation and inauguration. You are officially the Chancellor of the University of Technology. Now, we'll invite the doctor to do what we call her maiden speech. His maiden speech, sorry. Of inauguration or his acceptance speech of inauguration. Thank you very much, Doctor. I think we are in your hands.
Minister Edna Mlewa of Environmental Affairs, Dr. Jean-Paul Tauten, France, Attaché for Science and Technology in the Embassy of France, Dr. Anna Mkhokong, Honorable Consul General of Iceland in Pretoria and Executive Chairman of Committee in Holdings, as well as my sister, the Director General in the Department of Energy, Mr. Tabane Zulu, the chairpersons of council present here as acknowledged earlier, members as acknowledged earlier, of other institutions of trust, Jesus Christ. Huh? Okay. Is this working now? Yeah. Many thanks. The chairperson of SAP, Ms. Kaisi, executive mayors as listed earlier, our executive deans of faculties, the university, huh? Thing as well. This one working now. Sure. Oh, okay, looks like we're back in business. Members of the executive committee present here, and all the others listed before, including union representatives, student representative councils, and my fellow industrial partners to this university. Our other guest of honor, Professor Gordon Ndodomzi, Zide, who are going to be inaugurating a little bit later, all the staff and students. I will not forget my very big family that are here in their numbers that came from far and wide, including the United States, Cape Town, Swaziland, Durban, KwaDlangezwa, and Mtubatuba. Special thanks to you for being here. Lots of friends, some of which we come a long way from high school with and university, business partners, all my friends, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, today is the end of a very special week. On Monday, the 7th of August, with a partial lunar eclipse, as the earth was moving between the sun and the moon. And on Tuesday, in addition to the parliamentary vote on the motion of no confidence, the landscape portal phenomena was also the strongest. This is activated when the Earth is aligned with the sun and Sirius, the star that is bigger and brighter than our normal sun. On Wednesday, the 9th of August, we celebrated South African Women's Day. Astronomers have confirmed that tonight, again, you are showing me we're back in business real now for good. Yes. Okay. Astronomers have confirmed that tonight, the 12th of August, there will be a meteor shower showing in every part of the world, the brightest in human history. We are told that this once in a lifetime occurrence will only occur again in 96 years. Let's observe this magnificent experience this evening when we have dinner. And ladies and gentlemen, you'll remember that overriding all this, of course, is the fact that August is the Women's Month in our country. And accordingly, I would like to wish all the ladies in this hall Happy Women's Day. On the afternoon of 11th July 2007, I was thoroughly humbled by a phone call I received from the VUT University of Technology Registrar, Dr. Dan Mkhwanazi. During that call, he wanted me to confirm if I had received a letter telling me that the Council of the VUT University of Technology had, at its 28th June meeting, nominated me to be the next Chancellor of the University for the next 5-year term. Needless to say, it took the next 24 hours for me to internalize the news of this prestigious honor. I would like to sincerely, and from the bottom of my heart, extend my deep gratitude and appreciation to the University Council and the entire university community for this very rare honor and trust in me to occupy such an eminent role in this esteemed institution. I wish, in the presence of all of you here as witnesses, to declare that I will not spare any effort and ability in supporting and promoting the efforts towards achieving the vision of the VUT University of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge and thank Ms. Mkhwanazi, who nominated and persuading me that I was fit for this nomination and therefore should accept the nomination. Thanks, Kitty. I'm also honored to succeed Mr. Tokyo Sehwale and Advocate Penzi Tlakula as previous chancellors who led VUT with distinction and laid the important building blocks of this young and thriving university. I wish to thank them for their sterling leadership. I am particularly proud to bask in the achievement and academic excellence of this great institution, because education was the greatest gift bestowed on me. The VUT University of Technology focused on applied science, engineering, and technology. And this is very special to me. My own personal passion lies in supporting and promoting education in general, and in particular in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. Thus, this nomination is a perfect match and alignment. NgesiZulu sithi ucilo uzishaya endukwini. It is undisputed that the basket of offerings by the university are critical for the skill needed to develop and grow our economy and country towards achieving our National Development Vision 2030. These are the most scarce skills in South Africa, and therefore there is a huge challenge for VUT and other universities of technology to up both the numbers and quality of the graduates annually. Needless to say that this is not an easy task and challenge at all. The outcry of insufficient numbers and quality of maths and science high school graduates to feed such university programs as offered by the VUT University of Technology is global. However, we have to accept that in our country it is especially acute, for reasons we all know. I will not go into them right now. Yes, in my view, a pass in maths and science at year 12 opens opportunities to a very big variety of future career options for learners to access quality education, career opportunities for all learners. Access to quality education for all is paramount. For the poor, it is the door to escape the poverty bondage. Huge investment in educating, particularly the poor in our country, can defeat the three evils of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. VUT can play an important role in this space. It is our social license to operate in communities where we are present. It is the right thing to do, and it is, in business terms, a strategic investment for our future business, which is producing higher output of quality graduates. I've learned with great admiration and pride that the range of programs offered at VUT and the centers of excellence. Successful universities operate on a corporate model where vice-chancellors should lead and act like chief executives do in the corporate world. It is therefore instructive that in addition to benchmarking our performance with other universities, we should also do the same with leading public listed corporations and companies. We are a public entity after all. Matrices of benchmark must include corporate governance, ethics and code of business conduct, sustainability, community development, and productivity, amongst others. I wish to suggest that for us to take this university from being very good now to great and even outstanding, let's stretch our performance further and benchmark ourselves with the very best in the world. With the caliber of leadership of council, management, and staff at the Valley University of Technology, I'm certain this is achievable. It is indeed a privilege for me to walk this great, glorious journey with you over the next 5 years, and I really look forward to it. And thank you for sharing this special day with me today.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chancellor Dr. Mkhwanazi. We thank you very much for your speech. We also thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, and in particular for sharing your vision in terms of where this institution should be going. We also thank you for sharing your thoughts in terms of our role as an institution that is supposed to work with other institutions in the country and spearhead the training of our youngsters in terms of science, engineering, and technology. We thank you. And on behalf of the Valley University of Technology, its friends and its students, you're most welcome as our new Chancellor. You're most welcome, sir. I would like to call upon Dr. Anna Mokokong to come and give her congratulatory address. You're most welcome, ma'am.
My fellow countrymen, spelled M-A-N, not men. I salute you all in your eminence. A special acknowledgement to members of the Mkhwanazi family and the Zide family. I also acknowledge council members, chairpersons of council from VUT and other institutions, academic luminaries, staff members of the university, student representative councils, student community, our political leaders, union leaders, the community at large, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to deliver this congratulatory address in honor of the celebrant, Dr. Mkhwanazi. In my view, it is a pleasant coincidence that a woman, female, delivers this noble address as it's Women's Month. I have known Dr. Mkhwanazi for many years, as far back as when he wore short khaki pants and a blue Salesian high shirt, as he and his schoolmates, some of who are here today, I can see them, Bopayas, they are here, as they used to walk past Mzana, down the Cathedral Way Street in Manzini, Swaziland. Our girls' school was on the same street, and we used to peep through the windows, admiring the male species as they paraded up and down that street. I will stop right there. Dr. Mkhwanazi and I also share the Alumni University of Botswana and Swaziland, where we did our junior degrees there. Ndonga, congratulations on your appointment as Chancellor of this esteemed institution. I also want to seize this opportunity to congratulate you on your recent appointment as Deputy Chair of the Public Investment Corporation. To oversee the Workers' Pension Fund investment of 1.87 trillion rand is commendable of your integrity. Uyayazi imali, ukuphatha imali. You have made your alumna, Salesian Boys High and UBS proud with your achievements. However, you have an arduous task ahead as the patron of this academic institution, especially given our country's state of education and underfunded academic institutions, which have to address the gross inequality in our country with limited resources. We are very much cognizant of the deep challenges that hinder us from delivering access to appropriate, affordable, quality education such that we can deliver the desired results that can impact positively on our socio-economic issues of our country. Your impeccable academic profile and illustrious career has earned you the stripes and the accolades that you are receiving today that are duly deserved. Mfowethu, you are ready for this. I've seen you tackling challenges you've come across in your career as a scientist and in business. I believe this institution could not have chosen a better ambassador than yourself. Through your experience, expertise, networks in the various fields of academia and corporate South Africa, you will bring a positive value add. You will attest to the fact that the future success, growth, and sustainability of our country's economy growth lies in business forming strong partnerships with government, and in this instance, an academic institution, to provide the necessary skilled professionals to run our beleaguered state-owned institutions, corporates, public sector, industries, and so on. The significance of your being inaugurated on Women's Month is an indication that one of your first apex tasks is to ensure that the gender issue is a priority of things on the list. Young women face many challenges, especially in the STEM areas. STEM has a history of being skewed towards males, Apparently, women comprise 26% of STEM talent worldwide. Also, the issues around equity and equality with regards to senior appointments leave a lot to be desired. The promotion policies should be monitored to tackle equality and not gather dust on the shelves. The 2016 stats of the Council for Built Environment illustrate gross inequality with regards to engineering. When the Gautrain was built in our country, we learned, I say we learned because it hasn't been proven, by the thorough audit, but we learned over 2,000 engineers from France were imported without any notable skill transfer, mentorship, no succession plan to ensure that our local engineers gain the necessary experience. This disparity in race and gender in the field of engineering needs attention. This institution has a significant role to play in enhancing training and upskilling of all our people. These are the burning issues we are faced with, not only in academic institutions, but in the job market, in corporate South Africa, in the public sector. The Black Industrialist Policy should be supported by skilled professionals. It will not succeed without properly trained and adequately trained people. There's a huge population of unskilled, unemployed youth loitering. Research and development will distinguish this institution from others, and this will contribute to our economic growth as technology will drive advancement and innovation for the future. Your legacy at the end of your tenure should speak for itself with a positive outcome. Ndonga, as I close, it's still a long road ahead towards our economic emancipation. And as a patriotic South African statesman, our country will go far with citizens of a caliber like yours, as we need to kickstart the slow economic growth in our country. I would like to congratulate you once more for this significant achievement and milestone in your life. May the Almighty provide you with good health, wisdom, and courage to enable you to execute your task. Well done. Siyabonga. Siyakuhalalisa Ndonga. Shamase. Matumbadlela. Halala.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mkhwanazi. We got the message that the focus of this institution has to be on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We also got the message as management of this institution and as lecturers and academics in this institution that as we chart the course into what others call the fourth industrial revolution, we have to put so much emphasis on making sure that our female students are not just represented, but overrepresented in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We also get the message from your speech that for this country to move forward, there has to be a focus on business. There has to be a focus on teaching those courses and degrees within this institution that will make us contribute to the socio-economic development of this country. So we get the message, Dr. Anna Mkhwanazi. We also are very happy that, as you articulate so clearly in your speech, the Chancellor of this institution is himself a mathematician, a physicist, a scientist, and a business leader. As you were speaking, I was trying to think in my mind, what is 1.27 trillion rands? What kind of money is that? 1.87 trillion. I was just trying to construct the magnitude of that kind of money. Probably I'll succeed sometime in the evening. But it shows that the person that the Value University of Technology has agreed and chosen to be its chancellor is somebody who has been tested, is somebody who has worked in this country as somebody who is operating at what we normally call the nexus of strategy and chaos in terms of business administration. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our former Vice-Chancellor, Professor Irene Motlana, used to tell us that we probably have, I know there are a number of Vice-Chancellors in this room, we probably have the best choir in the country. I'm going to call upon them to show us whether this statement I've just made is a true statement or not. Thank you. ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause as you judge for yourselves. We've now reached the second part of our program, and I would like to call upon the Reverend Dr. Professor Mehana, Minister and Human Resources Director in the Methodist Church of Southern Africa, to the podium for a brief devotion.
Ona ezwe lakho wethu Thank you. Our scripture reading for this afternoon, we get it from the book of Proverbs, chapter 4. We start from the beginning. The book of Proverbs, chapter 4. Listen to what your father teaches you, my children. Pay attention and you will have understanding. What I am teaching you is good, so remember it at all times. When I was only a little boy, my parents' only son, my father would teach me. He would say, I quote, "Remember what I say and never forget it. Do as I tell you and you will live. Get wisdom and insight. Do not forget or ignore what I say. Do not abandon wisdom, and she will protect you. Love her, and she will keep you safe. Getting wisdom is the most important thing you can do. Whatever else you get insight. Love wisdom, and she will make you great. Embrace her, and she will bring you honor. She will be your crowning glory." Close quote. This is the word of the Lord. I am fascinated. Maybe Solomon knew that there will come a month that will be dedicated to women, as he refers to wisdom as she and her. When I was a young man, I did martial arts in Cape Town. I went up to the black belt. But I left it not because I loved it, but something happened to my mouth when I had a lovely punch from one guy who outplayed me. But the style that we were using in that martial arts, it was called goju. It's a Japanese name for hard, soft. So our sensei, Mr. Russell, will say, you must go hard, but you must be soft. Now here is Solomon talking about wisdom and referring to wisdom as her. In my life, I had an opportunity to study at the National University of Singapore. And I met there a Chinese theologian. His name was Wu, his surname was Chu. Wu Chu, when he interpreted Genesis chapter 2, verse 21, when Adam woke up and there was this beautiful being before him, he said, "This is a woman." In Greek, the gunaiki. Wu Chu interprets that as that divine title is the hard part of who God is and the soft part of who God is. He says when God created a woman, he created a feature of himself as both hard but also soft. Now when Solomon says wisdom is her or she, I would imagine he understands that a woman is God's divine gift of being hard and being soft. As we are about to inaugurate the local preacher of the Methodist Church, Professor Zide, and having experienced the inauguration of my friend, Dr. Mkhwanazi, I can only offer you what Solomon says. Take wisdom, because wisdom will assist you as to when you are to be hard as you discharge your responsibilities and when to be soft. Wisdom will be able to help you to take hard decisions. Wisdom will help you to take soft decisions. Because you are dealing with human beings, the images of God. There must come a time that tough love must come to these our children as we put them in your custody. But remember, they need your love. Embrace them with the soft side of who God is. Wisdom, you'll be able to make you interpret the statutes as they are and all the policies of the university. But at the same time, wisdom will teach you how to deviate with love and compassion. Out of that wisdom, we expect that God will give it to you so that out of your leadership with all other colleagues you work with, you will make these children of Africa to read very deep, but become very simple in applying their knowledge. Make them to read very deep, but teach them to be very simple when they apply that knowledge. Help them with their epistemology, that they can be able to understand the needs of our country and the development of our people. Make them to understand that. Wisdom will give you that. Make them to achieve academic excellence so that out of them you can produce PhDs that will assist to decolonize our education. Help them. Because for as long as they don't have the PhDs, they will consume knowledge. We have consumed a lot of foreign knowledge. Our stomachs are full. But it is only when they attain their PhDs that they can be able to generate new knowledge. And it is only when they generate that new knowledge that they will be relevant to the cause of Africa. May God help you to provide the leadership under the guidance of wisdom of God. May the power of the Holy Spirit embrace you so that you can be able to have an insight that will assist you, my Honorable Chancellor and my Honorable Vice-Chancellor, to make this university to be one of the best in the league of universities in the world. God bless you. Let us pray. Gracious God, we stand before you this afternoon as we commend these proceedings into your glorious hand. Give us the gift of the Holy Spirit as these your two servants have been inaugurated to take the responsibility to lead your people, the people that you died for on the cross. Make them to be your servants that understand that you loved and you continue to love us so much. At the beginning of the creation, you gave humanity the gift of blessing. Make us to be that blessed beings as we follow under their leadership. I pray for all those who will be working with them, that they give them all the support they deserve. I pray that the students and the parents must find right in their minds to embrace them with love and honesty. Protect them in anything that is unbecoming, and increase in their mind the ability to provide honest leadership. Give this institution the abundance of the moral love, and give them the blessing that they deserve. Be with Dr. Mkhwanazi and his family. Be with Professor Zide and his family. Make them to be the base that will always support them as they come to discharge their responsibilities on a daily basis. Be with them all the time and make them to be aware that there's nothing they can do without you, because at the beginning it was you, and at the end it will always be you. You are the Alpha and the Omega, the love that never fades, the grace that is abundant. Its prevenient is available to be used by these your servants as they lead this institution. Be with us all and continue to make this wonderful ceremony to be as peaceful and dignified for the glory of your name. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the choir. Reverend Dr. Professor Mkhwanazi, thank you very much for your spiritual message. We also like to thank you very much for the message that was embedded in your spiritual message of what we, as the institution, are supposed to be doing for the benefit of our country. Thirdly, I also want to thank you for your spiritual message because it provides a guidance that most of us as academics, or those of us that work in the academic institution, we tend to forget that whatever we do as academics, there's someone up there who's looking at us. There's someone up there who's saying to us, this is the way to go. There's someone up there who's saying to us, this is what God put you on earth so that you can do. But thank you very much. We thank you very much. Thank you. We are now at the second part of the proceedings of this afternoon. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our Interim Student Representative Council. I wasn't aware that they are also able to sing the way they were singing. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'll make sure that the deans add 1% to those of you that are below 75 when we do that. Chancellor and Chairman of Council, I now have the singular honor to read again a very brief citation of our incoming Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Professor Gordon Ndodomzi Zide. Professor Zide is a renowned academic and social scientist who assumed his responsibility as Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the Valley University of Technology with effect from the 1st of May 2017. Professor Zide is an esteemed social transformation scholar who is respected in academia in this country and worldwide. Professor Zide has a vast wealth of experience and an academic career spanning more than 3 decades in higher education administration and management in this country. Professor Zide previously served at the Valley University of Technology as Deputy Vice-Chancellor responsible for governance and organizational transformation. In 2015, he joined the University of South Africa under the leadership of Professor Mandla Makhanya, who is here with us this afternoon, where he served as its registrar. UNISA also appointed him as Professor Emeritus in Anthropology, a discipline that Professor Zide speaks highly of. Ladies and gentlemen, when you become appointed as Professor Emeritus in any university, This is in recognition of one's academic contribution to that particular discipline. Professor Zide matriculated at the Fremantle Boys High School in Lady Frere and Theron. Then he proceeded to Fort Hare University, where he completed a BA honors, and an MA degree in anthropology. In 1999, the then University of Port Elizabeth conferred on him a PhD in anthropology. Currently, Professor Zide is one of a few public anthropologists South Africa has. His senior management career kicked off when he became the first black registrar of the University of Fort Hare. He then became advisor to the Vice-Chancellor and principal of the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University. Professor Gordon Zide is married to Nomalizo, also a graduate of the University of Fort Hare, and they are blessed with 6 children and 8 grandchildren. Professor Zide is also a lay preacher of the Methodist Church of South Africa, and he serves the church in many capacities. I thank you.
The Council of the Valley University of Technology has appointed Professor Gordon Ndodomzi Zide as Vice-Chancellor and Principal for a period of 5 years. Chancellor and Chair of Council, I present to you Professor Zide. Can I request the Chancellor to join me on stage, please?
Gordon Ndodomzi. Okay. Oh, this is, let's take these ones. Yeah, let's swap it.
Congratulations.
Gordon Ndodomzi Zide, I request you to take the affirmation of this office by repeating after me. I, Gordon Ndodomzi Zide,
I, Gordon Ndodomzi Zide,
do solemnly declare that
do solemnly declare that
I will do the best of my ability to discharge
I will do the best of my ability to discharge
all the duties and obligations pertaining to the office of the Vice-Chancellor and Principal
all the duties pertaining to the office of the Vice-Chancellor and Principal
in accordance with the pertaining legislation of the Valley University of Technology.
in accordance with the pertaining legislation of the Vaal University of Technology.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, leadership. That's greatly appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, I now call upon our Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Professor Gordon Zide, to make his speech. Thank you.
Mr. Program Director, Professor Peter Jimbo, Honorable Minister, Dr. Edna Molewa, Minister of the Department of Water and Environmental Affairs, the dignitary from the French Embassy, Dr. Jean-Paul Tautin, our attaché for Science and Technology, Dr. Anna Mkhwanazi, Honorable Consul General of Iceland in Pretoria, the chairpersons of council present, Mr. Simon Mufugeng, the chairperson of the Valley University of Technology, the Judge Mavundla Sefako, Makhato University, members of council present, Professor Ahmed Bawa, the Chief Executive Officer of the University of South Africa Forum, Dr. Mulapo Kobela, the CEO of NRF, the former Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the Valley University of Technology, my big sister and friend, Professor Irene Nomhle Ntombigaise Mutana, Vice-Chancellors and Principals from other sister institutions, Professor Khwadi from Northwest University, Professor Makanya from UNISA, Professor Toko Maegiso from Mpumalanga University, Professor Alvin Lowe from Monash University, Professor Peter Clayton standing in for Dr. Mabizela from Rhodes University, Professor Mamukheti Pakeng standing in for the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Cape Town, the Deputy Vice-Chancellors and senior management from other sister institutions, but also Professor Alfred Ngowi from CUT standing in for the Vice-Chancellor, the HR Director of the Methodist Church of Southern Africa, Reverend Dr. Professor Mehana, the Executive Mayors, Ms. Busisiwe Mudisankeng from Sidibeng Municipality, Mr. Maetu Khaile Matlosana Municipality, former Mfuleni Municipality Mayor, Mr. Mshudulu, registrars from many institutions present here. I welcome them, having been a registrar myself. Thank you, colleagues, for blessing this occasion. Executive deans of the various faculties of the Valley University of Technology, Professor Mabuza, the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Applied and Computer Sciences, Professor Ndege, the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Professor van der Bank, the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Human Sciences, Professor Durab, who is represented by Dr. Mkwena, the Faculty of Management Sciences, members of the Executive Management Committee present, members of the Senior Management Forum present, members of Senate, members of the Institutional Forum, union representatives, representatives from the convocation, campus principals, executive directors, university staff and students present, academic and administrative heads of departments, student representative council, and of course, the Valley University of Technology choir, partners from industry, associate professors, family and friends, our guest of honor, Dr. Xolani Humphrey Mkhwanazi, VUT staff and students, but most importantly, I need to highlight, not that the others are not important, but certainly I need to say my colleagues from the University of South Africa, Nelson Mandela University, University of Fort Hare, leaders of political parties, captains of industry, members of the media, members of the clergy. You heard that I'm a local preacher, so I have to recognize members of the clergy. Members of the St. Stephen's Methodist Church in Sharpeville, where I get spiritual upliftment from Reverend Konza. May I also extend my special gratitude to the following for their attendance and for what they mean to me. My dear uncle and aunt Babalo Nganga, my dear aunt Novuisile Zide, my dear sister, and I'm going to talk about her a little later, Avelia Pito, my friend, my brother, and my colleague, Professor Alvin Lowe. Professor Mandla Makanya, I've mentioned you, but I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you for what you have been to me and for the journey that we traveled together. Professor Moshe Nkondo, I saw him sitting somewhere. During the days of CUP and SAFCA, Moshe and many other vice-chancellors at the time had what they called a black caucus, because at the time we were fighting against a system that wanted to marginalize and eviscerate black people. Mr. Brice Matabate, he is in our midst, and I saw my brother, my elder brother, and my sister, Professors Zindlovu and Yali Wejia, they are sitting over there. Thank you, Budi and Sisi. Professor Nomvuzi Ekela, who is my sister-in-law, but also was my lecturer at Fort Hare. My uncle and my aunt, unfortunately, because of poor health, they could not be here. Mr. and Mrs. Moses Tele. My family, friends and relatives from across the country, from as far as King Williamstown, Port Elizabeth, Herschel, Grahamstown, Alwa North, and Cape Town. My children for their support. Last but by no means least, my dear wife, who is my friend, my confidant, and my best friend. I would not be standing here before you today were it not for her. Thank you, Magambu, Msutu, Memela, Nontuli, for your unfailing love and support. A special word of gratitude goes to my ancestors and Kamata for having made this day possible. And thank you all for your attendance. My inaugural address is about 51 pages, but Professor Lowe said I must not read a book. And I promise you, Alvin, I'm not going to read a book. And I've tried to reduce 51 to a little over 15 pages. In order to fulfill this mandate, I have titled the address, Management of Higher Education Institutions, the Role of Ethics in Service Excellence for the Current and Future Leaders in the 21st Century. For a long time now, but certainly since the dawn of our democracy, there has been a perception from certain sectors of society that governance, be it in the public or private sector, has no direct relationship with ethics, as the two processes are viewed not as belonging to the same fold. The role of ethics in service excellence and in governance is not about lawlessness, chaos, ungovernability, corruption, poor service delivery, flouting of procedures, promotion of unethical behavior, poor performance, unaccountability, finger-pointing, sloppiness, indecisiveness, tenderpreneurship, and above all, institutional capture. The role of ethics in service excellence is about upholding the principles of fairness, social justice, anti-corruption, accountability, transparency, decisiveness, honesty, and in earnest, it is about standing upright in an upside-down environment. In this address, I will attempt to prove that there is a profound relationship between ethics and excellence. And I will attempt to highlight the profound as well as the significant role that the current and the future leaders can play in enhancing excellence in governance through the use of technology, in the advancement of knowledge management, performance, as well as human capital management. The centrality of the topic is well articulated and summarized in the ANC's election manifesto, to quote, "Working together we can do more." And even Barack Obama caught the electorate of the United States of America by storm with his now famous electioneering campaign credo when he said, "Yes, we can." It is for these reasons that Zugaro and Zugaro are probably correct when they argue that in the past 3 decades, we have witnessed a tectonic shift in the value of one of the most important commodities on the planet, ethics. Some call it ethics meltdown. It affected all institutions alike, but it was most visible in the loss of trust and ethics of people in the corporate world. It will not be out of context to argue in this address that the role of ethics in service excellence and in governance is about working together for positive organizational results, as well as for putting our focus on the common achievable organizational goals and targets and say, yes, we can. The role of ethics in governance and in leadership is more relevant now than it ever was before, as it pricks one's conscience about the promotion of sound behavioral values and adherence to professional and business activities which shape and inform the moral fiber of the professions to which we belong, either as a collective or as individuals. In the South African context, the role of ethics was sharply embraced by the Black consciousness philosophy as promoted by the honorary president of the Black consciousness movement, the late Stephen Bantu Biko, who argued to be black is not a matter of one's pigmentation. It is, however, a state of the mind, close quote. And what this means is that to define yourself as black is an affirmation that the man-made managerial obstacles created by the apartheid or colonial regime to exclude the majority of the people of South Africa from the economic wealth of the country and the corporate decision-making bodies was not only unethical, but was equally a social injustice that needed to be purged from the South African political as well as economic landscape. The higher education sector should not fail the continent from these noble principles of this all-embracing and inclusive body of the African intelligentsia of our people, new and old. This is certainly what I intend pursuing at this university. In ethics, there is a rich tapestry of well-founded knowledge-based principles which dictate how business enterprises should be run and conducted, devoid of corruption, dishonesty, and fraud. In this regard, service excellence as a bedrock of ethics and sound values can serve society better if the professions to which we belong are healthy and strong and are as such undergirded by sound codes of conduct. To reinforce our understanding of governance, the following explanation will further help to clarify the point made above. The King 4 report defines corporate governance as follows, and I quote, "Corporate governance for the purposes of King 4 is defined as the exercise of ethical and effective leadership by the governing body towards the achievement of the following governance outcomes: ethical culture, good performance, effective control, and legitimacy." It is therefore interesting to note that the King 4 report draws not only a distinction, but equally a relationship between ethical leadership and effective leadership. For one to be an effective leader, one should equally be imbued with the spirit of ethical leadership. During her inaugural address on the 21st April 2007, as Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the VUT University of Technology, Professor Irene Mkhwanazi warned tertiary institutions against promoting unethical work standards irrespective of the level of grade or title a person holds, when she argued, and I quote, "Galvanized by corporate scandals, most organizations are now beginning to assess their ethics and compliance programs with renewed focus on cooperative governance and accountability. The question in point is, where in higher education is this equation? Beneath the progressive rhetorics espoused by our universities lie both hidden and overt agendas of conflict, greed, self-interest, fraudulent practices, self-leading, personal aggrandizement, and other acts of fiscal irresponsibilities. Sadly, the professional ethics of stakeholders in institutions of higher learning, which is where the most talented people are trained, seem to become, on occasion, the breeding ground for the most unethical practices, and I close quote. It is for this reason that I would like us to articulate the distinction between corporate governance and cooperative governance. Corporate governance, simply put, deals with the composition of the board, its fiduciary responsibilities, its code of conduct, but above all, its strict adherence to procedures, processes, and systems. It is about structures and strictures of governance, whereas cooperative governance is more transformative, consultative, inclusive, and believes in consensus decision-making. The two are not mutually exclusive, but the King reports 1, 2, 3, and 4 put more emphasis on corporate governance, and this is what I intend implementing at the VUT University of Technology, whilst mindful and being sensitive to the dictates of cooperative governance. The question we would fail to respond to at our own peril as the hegemony of the tertiary institutions is quo vadis higher education. The importance of ethics and compliance was emphasized by Dlanga, who in the Business Quarterly of 2017 argued, South Africa desperately needs qualified people who are ethically inclined and who are morally inclined to ensure that we stop the procurement hemorrhage that government is experiencing, close quote. The statement attests to the centrality of ethics and morality in all spheres of life, but more importantly, at government level, if we are to promote ethical, and effective leadership, even at tertiary institutions. What then do we understand by ethics and morality? Ethics, by and large, is about standing for truth, justice, and honesty in any business transaction, as well as adhering to proper corporate governance principles and procedures governing and regulating the operations of a business enterprise. No enterprise can develop a long-term commitment based on dishonesty, greed, self-aggrandizement, and manipulation. This is the message that I conveyed to the Vaal University of Technology community on the 2nd of August this month, when I said, no one is going to be above the law. If people are caught in the process of doing unethical things, if people are caught doing immoral things, stealing from the university, they will unfortunately not have to blame the university when the arm of law takes its course. Ethical leadership and midnight challenges. Ethical leadership is needed as our country is facing 3 kinds of midnights, as it is on the downward spiral of a disastrous precipice. These midnights are described by Martin Luther King as follows. 1, it is midnight within the social order. Family lives are broken and there is no support base. It is midnight because people are dying of natural and unnatural causes, and the number of orphans and widowers are increasing. Yes, it is midnight, and ethical leadership is more needed now than ever before. Only on Thursday, at the Clarkbury district of the Methodist Church of Southern Africa, we buried our esteemed district bishop under very excruciating circumstances. It is therefore midnight in the midst of adversity. It is midnight within the psychological order. Everywhere paralyzing fears harrow people by day and night. Deep clouds of anxiety and depression are suspended in our mental skies. More people are emotionally and mentally disturbed today than at any other time of human history. Remember the 100 mentally ill patients who died at the hands of non-caring health officials in this our province. All of these threats are indicative of the fact that it is midnight within the inner lives of human beings, as ethical leadership is non-existent. It is therefore a challenge that I'm putting to this community, that together we can do more in putting ethical coexistence in discharging of our duties. 3, it is also midnight within the moral order. At midnight, colors lose their distinctiveness and become a sullen shade of gray. Moral principles have lost their distinctiveness for modern men, and for some of the present-day generations of politicians. Absolute right and absolute wrong is a matter of what the majority is doing. Right and wrong are relative to likes and dislikes and the customs of a particular community. We have unconsciously applied the Einstein's theory of relativity, which properly deserves the physical universe, to the moral ethical realism. Midnight is the hour when men desperately seek to obey the 11th commandment. And what is that 11th commandment? Thou shalt steal, but not get caught. According to the ethic of midnight, the cardinal sin is to be caught, and the cardinal virtue is to lie. But one must lie with real finesse. It is right to steal if one is so dignified that if caught, the charge becomes embezzlement, not robbery. We have seen this happening with some of our government officials, and indeed, even with some of our colleagues at our universities. It is permissible even to hate if one so dresses his hating in garments of love that hating becomes love. Example, the Oscar Pistorius and the River Steenkamp case. The Darwinian concept of survival of the fittest has been substituted by a philosophy of the survival of the slickest. The role of ethics in corporate governance cannot be overemphasized. At the heart or center of excellence in governance lies ethical leadership. Ethical leadership was better described by the late Martin Luther King Jr. when he argued, and I quote, "Indeed, this is relevant. A time like this, it demands strong minds, great hearts, true faith, and ready hands. Leaders who the lust of office does not kill. Leaders who possess opinions and a will. Leaders who can stand before a demagogue and damn his treacherous flatteries without winking. Tall leaders, sun-crowned, who live above the fog in public duty and private thinking." Close quote. The kind of ethical leadership described by Martin Luther King Jr. is the one which engenders a spirit of excellence in organizations. It goes without saying that even tertiary institutions which are led by such hegemony would be promoting excellence in governance as they would be living above the fog in public duty and in private thinking. While ethics in general deals with what is good or right in human interactions, business ethics, on the other hand, focuses on what is good and right in the governance operations of a business entity. Any behavior or conduct or action which threatens the effectiveness, the efficacy, as well as the efficiency of an organization may then harm the good reputation of the profession and also that of the organization, should be avoided at all costs. In order to promote excellence in governance, practitioners should always act in a manner that is consistent with the moral mindset of a person with integrity and objectivity. I want to quote here that there is a book written by Mahmoud Mamdani, and Mahmoud Mamdani titles his book, "When Victims Become Killers." These are the people who previously fought against corruption and fraud. But now, when they have assumed positions of authority, like being appointed Vice-Chancellor, and become heads of institutions, positions of authority and leadership, become the killers of the nation through their unethical conduct and behavior, indeed confirming when victims become killers. The manner in which effective governance operates should be to ground ethical knowledge and wisdom in the real world of business. The role of ethics is summarized by Professor Soli Banato in the Cape Times of the 14th of February 2006, in which he opined, I quote, "Professionals play an important role in society. Indeed, society could not function effectively without trustworthy professionals. This raises questions about the ethics of how institutions operate and exert influence on those who work within them." This is very important. The role of ethics in service excellence is intertwined with the moral fiber of an enterprise, and the same is like running a race and or embarking on a journey. However, this journey has to begin somewhere with someone, and that someone is your people in the organization. It is therefore important to quote Peters and Waterman, who aptly describe and explain the importance of people in an organization as they argue. Treat people as adults, treat them as partners, treat them with dignity, treat them with respect, treat them not capital spending and automation as the primary source of productivity gains. These are the fundamental lessons from excellent companies' research. In other words, treat people as your most important asset, close quote. This is a profound advice that comes from those who know better about how well-run organizations flourish in the midst of adversity. The statement then undergirds the assertion made by Cynthia Skuman of Ethics Monitoring and Engagement Services when she said, "Ethical leadership is the perfect antidote to the trap of the abuse of power. Servant leadership approach that specifically supports the beneficial outcomes of leadership for others. The servant leaders focus on sharing power, putting the needs of others first, and therefore helping people to develop to their potential," I close quote. The solution lies in promoting and elevating the imperative for ethical leadership for the 21st century managers. And this is what, God willing, I hope to do for this university. Nelson Mandela spoke about, if needs be, it is an ideal for which I'm prepared to die. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., on the other hand, spoke about, I have a dream. Thabo Mbeki expressed his vision of an ethically imbued Africa with his now famous speech of, I'm an African. And Frantz Fanon, on the other hand, opined toward a revolutionary humanism. And Barack Obama spoke about audacity of hope. Steve Biko, in his collection of ethically charged writings, expressed himself in the following words, I write what I like. Whilst Oliver Tambo envisioned preparing for power, revolution at home, solidarity abroad. Patrick Noonan, on the other hand, wrote, they are burning the churches. And commenting on this book, Desmond Tutu wrote, this is an important book, one that has great relevance for the future of our country at a time when moral leadership is so sorely needed. And Paul Hoffman, looking at the ethics and moral challenges facing our country, writes, confronting the corrupt, accountability now's battle against graft in South Africa. And me, riding on the shoulders of these revolutionary giants, I'm equally advocating for an ethically and morally imbued institution, and not to mention our country in these challenging times, as I charge. Winds of change are blowing all over South Africa as things fall apart, borrowing respectively from Harold Macmillan and Chinua Achebe. A common thread which joins these statements made by these revolutionary giants is the one of ethical leadership. Where there is trust and ethics, where there is no trust and ethics, things fall apart. We are on a journey to the mountaintop of our desires. And those who want to join us as we climb this mountain of hope are most welcome to do so, as we shall be taken over to view the promised land of the VUT University of Technology. However, those who do not want to join us on this exciting journey of a mountaintop experience will be left on the mountainside, as they are reluctant to go to the mountaintop, will be seen as a nemesis of what we want to achieve for this institution, that is ethical leadership, and thus Mahmoud Mamdani's book, When Victims Become Killers. How do I plan to take this university from one glory to the next glory, from good to great? I will strengthen the 6 pillars of the University of Technology as identified by Roy Dupré, which include excellence in teaching and learning, promoting applied research, developing leadership in technology, promoting technology transfer and innovation, establishing partnerships, advancing internationalization. For this university to be counted amongst the who's who in the higher education jungle, every portfolio manager will be expected to play his part. This will be a clear demonstration of our commitment to a culture of public accountability in ensuring that we do realize the strategic goals and objectives we have set for ourselves. Our approach to ethical leadership and accountability will include the following: holding of listening sessions to allow staff and students to voice their concerns and complaints with a view to addressing them. A leader who does not listen to those whom he leads is no leader. As soon as council, Mr. Chairperson of Council, shall have approved the university budget, I've already spoken about this. We will ask the CFO to have a budget speech to the university community. My argument for this is that in Parliament, as a demonstration of accountability and transparency, government normally holds a public budget speech. Why can't we at university have a public budget speech? In March, April 2018, the Vice-Chancellor will have a State of the University address at which the DHET, as well as captains of industry and the media and other relevant stakeholders will be invited, because again, we shall be demonstrating our commitment to transparency and accountability. Our council has emphasized the question and the issue of taking responsibility for our action, and they refer to it as consequent management. Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson, I want to assure you that consequent management will be the order of the day. We cannot but do otherwise. Therefore, as I conclude, that it is no wonder that motivational speakers like the late Leo Buscaglia would argue that the success of any organization can only be achieved and realized if those in management strive to live ethically and morally, and according to the precepts of his now famous message, by which he would conclude his motivational speeches by saying, "Only you can make the difference." And therefore, I quote Leo Buscaglia when he says, "You alone can bring magic and humor and joy to the people you encounter. Anything you dream, by the very nature that you can dream it, makes it possible. The purpose of life is to help others, and if you can't help them, would you at least not hurt them? You can make things happen that you never thought you could. The greatest risk in life is to risk nothing. The person who risks nothing, does nothing, has nothing, and is nothing." To be is to do, and to do is to do now, because tomorrow might not be there. You have everything you need to be so much. Don't settle for less. There is no end to human potential, and there is so much more to learn. The time for action is now, and only you and I can make the difference. Mr. Chancellor, as I conclude, I have no illusion about the enormity and the magnitude of the task that lies ahead, and of the responsibility attached to this office. To this end, I commit myself to push and push and push until I deliver. And that consequent management will be the order of the day at this university if we are to change the culture to the one of student-centeredness and service delivery. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gordon Zide, our Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the Valley University of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, the message from Professor Zide was meant for all of us who are here today, but the message was particularly meant for us who work in the Valley University of Technology. I need not summarize anything. I just have one phrase that I think Professor Zide is calling for a tectonic shift in the way we do business in this institution. With these few remarks, I now call upon the VUT choir. I don't see them here. Oh yes, they are behind the curtains. I now call upon the VUT choir. And then after the VUT choir, we'll go to the congratulatory messages. Thank you. The VUT choir. Yeah, because of the time, they are going to give us just one song. Thank you.
Mutu malima
Thank you very much, Mr. Nomanyama and your choir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going on to the third part of our program, where we are going to have congratulatory messages from a number of people. The first person that's going to give us the message, which will slightly be more than just a message, is Professor Irene Motlana. Professor Irene Motlana was the first female Vice-Chancellor of this institution from 2007 to 2017. Professor Motlana left a mark in this institution, and I think Professor Motlana is part and parcel of this smooth transition from here to Professor Gordon Zide. Professor Motlana, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, right?
Yes,
Good afternoon, manene namanene gazi bummeli bondade damas and yera. Ladies and gentlemen, I would, with the permission of the registrar here, indulge me not to get into the acknowledgements. Please, that has been said over and over and over again. Professor Zide would have called that tautologist. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, but two individuals I really have to single out today is Professor Gordon Zide and, we are not a Professor Mkhwanazi, Dr. Mkhwanazi, right? And also our Chair of Council and also the council members. Today is a real special day. Today is indeed a special day for this region, for the university. 4 years or 5 years, us looking inside and outside, and finally, Mkhwanazi was discovered. You're a rare jewel, and you did accept our offer. Thank you so much for that. Most of you heard the word inauguration, inaugural address. We think it's just a matter of coming together. There is a philosophical and a historical caveat behind that. And I thought, let us just sort of know why this. We don't need all this. But why? Why are we doing this as higher education? This ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, represents what we call magic special occasions that are so vital in building significance into the collective life of any institution. These occasions, ladies and gentlemen, or rituals, such as this inauguration, are always characterized by moments of ecstasy, exclamation, points that mark life's major passages. Without these rituals and ceremonies, transitions remain incomplete. A clutter of comings and goings. Life becomes an endless set of Wednesdays. Since today's ceremony or ritual is so authentic and attuned to the spirit of higher education, it has fired our imaginations to evoke insights and has touched the hearts of all of those who came to celebrate with us today. About Mkhwanazi, about Zide, and the community at large today. It is, Honorable Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor, ceremonies such as this, one, that weave together past, present, and future into the ongoing life tapestry of the institution. It is such rituals Just like graduations, inaugurations that keep organizations and their communities to face and comprehend life's everyday shocks. The triumphs, especially the inner lives of organizations and institutions. We've got two lives. The inner ones, your policies and your rules, procedures and what. Outside is a completely different turbulence that must make its way into the institution at all times. So you cannot really separate education from politics. Ladies and gentlemen, such ceremonies, Honorable Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor, give flesh to shared values and sacred beliefs. Such ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, bring many heartwarming moments and dramatic encounters. We've seen what happened today. Such ceremonies fill an institution's treasure chest with lore and legend. Where do you come from? We had three scenarios. The low road, the no road, we are now on the high road. Such ceremonies fill an institution's treasure chest with lore and legend. Told and retold, they draw people together and so connect them with the significance of this habitus, the space in which we find ourselves, known as a university. Work in such a shared space can be exhilarating. I hope the lecturers are listening. And joyful at its best, odious, frustrating, exhausting in less happier moments. Many of us from the academic fraternity embarked on our careers with great enthusiasm, Honorable Chancellor, confidence, and a desire to make a contribution. Some never lose that spark of calling, but many do. However, Honorable Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor, given your very diverse work experience and the commitments you've done today, one can comfortably claim that you have definitely not lost that spark, making a difference across the various areas and diverse careers of our work environments. Ladies and gentlemen, when I listened to the whole experience of our Chancellor, I wondered, what is he actually? But I'm not going to go into. The only thing I know, I might know, but they usually say, he knows everything. My children, my grandchildren have got t-shirts. Mama knows everything. Mama knows a lot, but Gogo knows everything. That's it. So too is it in life. It is usually said when one meets people of your stature, the type of experience you have, you are likened to good teachers who put snags in the river of children as they pass by out there. And over time, they redirect hundreds of lives. Must follow this path. Our country is sagging under unemployment. It's almost like a death threat to all of us. After 4 or 5 years, you are nothing. Nobody comes to the university to be poor. We don't study for poverty. We go on. Your career paths has shown us clearly that is with hard work, you can be whatever you want to become. To the Honorable Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor, there seems to have been an innocence that conspires to hold humanity together. And you, Mr. Chancellor, given your role in society, may never fully know the depth of your contribution to our university, to our region, to our country. Thus, organizations without a new symbolic life become hollow and sterile. We've just heard when Professor Zide said, VC, sorry, Mkhwanazi. Even worse. When the VC said he has got a moral vision for the university, that is why we say, if these things, if you do not have a symbolic life that you want to push, these passages and spaces become hollow and sterile. But today's speeches actually pointed just to the opposite. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, when we started off in 2007, we were given a mandate by the minister, craft a vision for your university, Irene. It was tough, I didn't have any idea. I knew what I wanted to do, but how to get there? That was my problem. And I must say, to all the staff who worked with us, we came together week after week, day after day, until we said, this is going to be our vision. We are a university that leads in innovative knowledge and quality technology education. Our mission was to churn out employable graduates. If you look around, I know we've got traditional universities, we've got big and small and research, but if you look at the repositioning of UOTs, Universities of Technology, we are doing exactly what the country needs in terms of skills. The only thing that could be in our audits, we're a small institution, we have got the expertise, we may not have the wings, the capacity to fly that way. And with the help of our council, we will be able to go that far. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not going to go into Professor Zide's, the VC has already mentioned, what's the target of UOTs. Honorable Vice-Chancellor, as you are no stranger to the academic world, in fact, I should acknowledge that your academic record shows that you are a high flyer. I am confident that your inauguration comes at the right time when we are busy recrafting our academic image towards a desired future, high road. We are not speaking about the vision, is what strategy next. Now that is, the world around us, as you said yourselves, has been turned upside down. Your experience, Chancellor, as an entrepreneur, as a scholar, I don't know, as a money maker, whatever, but there are things that you are doing. The figures you mentioned, I cannot understand them. To name but a few, you will be able to navigate us through the challenges facing higher education as a whole. You promised, remember. Vice-Chancellor, your appointment comes at a heuristic and visible position. That is, we cannot appropriate at this time. It is a time for looking back over the past few years, a time of letting go and crafting a new strategy path for VUT. I trust that my oration gives you a glimpse of the value university. These are the issues we would like to put before the two of our most prestigious speakers today. To the Vice-Chancellor and to the Chancellor, there are certain things that one must draw to you as leaders. I want us, especially knowing that Dr. Mkhwanazi has climbed unsurmountable mountains, change the vision. And we say, vision impossible made possible. You will be able to do that. You will be able to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, an inauguration acts not only as an opportunity for a university to look ahead to its future while honoring its traditions, but it is also an official recognition of the entrance of a special person into the academic leadership of an institution. VUT is truly honored to have Dr. Mkhwanazi and the VC. We have cut their tooth through the professional journeys. This ritual and the tradition surrounding us today comes a long way. These rituals of investiture invoke a very distant medieval past, a time when the university was still closely connected to the church and its ideas of study and scholarship. Hence the academic gowns you see us wearing. The hoods, the capes are reminiscent of priestlyhood. Finally, having sketched this vision, we must ask ourselves a question. How will you, Honorable VC, council members, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, know when you are charting the wrong course? This brings me to share a metaphor with you, what they call the jet metaphor, or the airliner. An airliner took off from New York City, noting surprisingly high speed readouts. And these people are highly trained people, experts in what they're doing. The puzzled crew attributed this to unusual updrafts, misreading the situation. They did not realize that before takeoff, they had missed a crucial checklist item, namely turning on heaters to prevent freeze up in the airspeed indicators. So the pilot kept on throttling to speed down. When the stick began to waver, shake, the crew interpreted as a Mach buffet, an indication they were approaching the speed of sound. Again, still wrong. It was actually a stall warning. We have had a number of warnings in higher education. This year, last year, and there are still some. Let's not take these warnings for granted from our students. By the time the crew members, they were professional pilots, trained to know the difference in a highly technical environment. But by the time the crew members recognized their error, their aircraft was plunging to the ground, hopelessly out of control. Simple thing. I know you might not like it. Free education. You are misreading the signs. But we leave it at that. We've been promised. Don't worry. Plane and crew were both destroyed. The cost of misreading a situation, ladies and gentlemen, can be dire. In an airplane, a business, government, even so in a university. You think all is well at times when we look at you. Little do we know what's happening in the black box. Hence your roles and responsibilities as a tutelar head and the Vice-Chancellor is to help us to navigate VUT towards our future. They say human beings evolve from the time it's 10.5 years. There is a new type of mentality one sees. New types of questions are coming to the end. In other words, there is a change that is happening. And this is what is going to be our greatest challenge here. Just to reinforce the challenge that you face with an ever-changing, very slight changing, and you will be stuck with that. This is what the prince says, Machiavelli. It must be realized that there is nothing more difficult to plan, more uncertain of success, or more dangerous to manage than the establishment of a new order of things and events. that I'm saying to the VC. For he who introduces change or transformation makes enemies of all those who derived advantage from the old order, and finds but lukewarm defenders among those who stand to gain from the new one. Commit that to memory. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ending. But chess, like soccer, players come and go, but the rules of the game remain. Life is but a stage where we come out with our dances, but when you spend your energy of that particular round, you have to bow out. And this is the hour. Zide, Ndodomzi, I need to hand over. Where's the baton?
Vice-Chancellor is looking for a baton, so we'll do my cap symbolically as a baton.
Yeah. Ndodomzi, I hope you will use this baton to the best of your ability and to the service of mankind. Ndlovu, Zide kaya, ziswela umalusi, ungengezi, umalunga, umthunga. Thank you.
We are located on the African continent. I did not hear any ululating. So can we do another round of applause with some ululating as well? Thank you very much, Professor Irene Motlana. We thank you for your speech. We thank you for your words of wisdom. Thank you for your counsel to the new Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the Valley University of Technology, who is taking over from you. Indeed, your shoes will be quite big, and I hope that Professor Gordon Zide will have the vision, the wherewithal, the courage, the intelligence, and the support from all of us to make sure that he can fit into your shoes. So we thank you very much. We do recognize your years of dedication to this institution. We do recognize the changes that you put into this institution from the day you took over in 2007. And those of us who work with Professor Gordon Zide in senior management do promise that we will continue that tradition. You quoted Shakespeare, "This world is but a stage where every man and woman has a part to play." You indicated that you are passing, but the true mark of leadership is the legacy you leave, and it is your legacy that shall continue to endure in this institution. And it is that legacy that I'm sure Professor Gordon Zide and all of us will make sure that it will endure in this institution. Thank you. So I thank you on behalf of this institution and behalf of the audience this late afternoon. I now want to call upon Professor Ahmed Bauer to come and give his congratulatory message. Professor Bauer is the Chief Executive Officer of an organization known as Universities South Africa. Universities South Africa is an organization of all our 26 public institutions in this country. Professor Ahmed Bauer, you have the stage.
Chancellor, it gives me great pleasure to be here today and share this moment of history with the VUT University of Technology as it ushers in a new era under the leadership of Professor Gordon Zide. I speak on behalf of Universities SA, the umbrella organization of all 26 public universities, and of which VUT is an important member. Professor Zide is no newcomer at Universities SA. He has been involved in many of its activities over the years, and now we welcome him as Vice-Chancellor and as a full member of the board of USAF. I speak on behalf of all 26 Vice-Chancellors, some of whom are here and others who could not be here today. Professor Zide, as we've just heard, fills the outsized shoes of the indomitable Professor Irene Mkhwanazi. How will we carry on without you? But we are all confident that he will bring his own flavor and management and leadership to this wonderful institution. He has a long and hands-on experience in higher education leadership, and we welcome him warmly into the fold of USAF as a Vice-Chancellor. South Africa and its people are well into the third decade of our constitutional democracy, and we must be proud of this. At the same time, however, we must all be deeply concerned about the deep and frightful contradictions that threaten the very essence of our society, the society that we imagined during the struggle against apartheid. That imagination, all those years ago, is still very valid. Building a society that is based on the principles of constitutional democracy, building a society that is free of racism, sexism, and other forms of discrimination, building a better quality of life for all, constructing a society that is more equal, a society that cares for its young and old, that permits each and every individual to reach his or her fullest potential, a society that shapes a path of vigorous independence, but that is also intricately linked to the rest of the world. In each of these, our 26 public universities have a vital, critical role to play, and we look forward to this new era in the leadership of VUT as it takes its place in these struggles. The universities are the engines of development of new generations of critical intellectuals to ensure that our democracy is constantly renewed. Critical intellectuals that will help our young democracy from slipping off the agenda that emerged during our struggle. And our universities produce high-quality professionals, the engineers, architects, and so on, that are so vital to a democracy such as ours. They are the seat of large knowledge-producing enterprises. They connect our society to others through ensuring the free flow of knowledge, new ideas, new knowledge, and new techniques. In addition, they are institutions that help us to achieve significant progress towards becoming a more equal society by broadening the base of social mobility and by developing models of political economy that are sensitive to our particular conditions. And of course, their teaching and learning and their research enterprises are directly connected with the needs of our national, regional, and local economies, and with the needs of the public sector. In summary, our universities are critically important institutions to the well-being of our society. At the heart of this project of higher education is the need for strong, innovative, principled leadership. It is a wonderful pleasure for me to assure the VUT community, as we heard earlier today, that in Professor Zide, we have a leader who is deeply caring, deeply ethical, strongly principled, and one who fully understands the role of Vice-Chancellor and Principal. Professor Zide comes to VUT as Vice-Chancellor at a time when the university sector is experiencing one of its most significant crises in the last 25 years. The student activism over the last 24 months or so have placed enormous strains and tensions on our universities, placing the academic project in jeopardy. In important ways, these student actions point towards systemic crises and challenges that face our society and that face our universities. Problems that cannot simply be solved at the institutional level, but which require national approaches to resolve. And so, speaking now from a university's SA point of view, and on behalf of the other vice-chancellors and rectors, we are pleased to have Professor Zide as an elder, as one on whom we can lean on as the sector develops a new route plan for the next 3 decades. Professor Zide understands that the university is nothing more and nothing less than its entire community. He made that clear today. And its intricate linkages with the world outside the university. I call on the council of the university, the staff, the members of the faculty, students, and student leaders to see this moment and to seize this moment as an opportunity by working with him to build VUT so that it can play the historic role that is expected of it. At Universities SA, we pledge to work closely with this wonderful university and its brand new leader to ensure that it is properly linked to the national project of building a vital, sustainable higher education system that all South Africans can be proud of. As a former Vice-Chancellor, I have a few comments to make to Professor Zide. Only 2 types of people, Professor Zide, apply for the post of Vice-Chancellor nowadays. They are either mad or they have a deep sense of duty, commitment, and being service leaders. And from what we heard today, it is clear that you are in that second category. As we enter the role of Vice-Chancellor, we step into a river that is flowing. The university is that river. And we step into the river and ripples emanate from around our ankles that influence the university while we are there. And then we step out of the river when we leave. I once had the opportunity of speaking to an aging Clark Kerr who's now late, but who was the Chancellor of the University of California. And as I was leaving, he said to me, "My dear boy," I was much younger than him, of course. He said, "My dear boy, you realize that when you leave being the Vice-Chancellor, nobody will ever remember that you were there." And so our role as VCs is to cause great ripples while we are there before we step out of the river, and to leave the institution in a stronger, better condition than the one into which we entered. Gordon, you presented a wonderful vision this afternoon, and personally, I look forward very much to working with you to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Bauer. I think your message was clear to Professor Zide and to us as an institution to seize the moment and to be brave as we seize the moment. I think the message was also for our key stakeholders, the students, as we talk about transformation, as we talk about decolonization, we must all seize the moment together so that we push this institution into a new and into a better future for all of us. I thank you very much, sir. I'm a true African, so I always like to hear both men and women ululate. So can we give him a round of applause plus ululating? Thank you, Mama Siyabonga. We now go on to the next stage where we are getting congratulatory remarks, just remarks, from a number of key stakeholders. And I'm going to ask each one of the representatives to really stick to the 3 minutes because time is no longer on our side. We need to go and enjoy the dinner so that this occasion comes to an end. So the first person I'm going to call upon is Mr. Cleanup Antu Geke, who is the president of the ISRC.
Amandla. Thank you very much, comrades from all political structures. Much appreciation. Okay, greetings. I will try to stick to the 3 minutes as I can. The newly appointed Vice-Chancellor, Dr. Humphrey Mkhwanazi, Vice-Chancellor, Prof. Gordon Zide, Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Academics and Research, Prof. Peter Zimbo, all faculty deans who are present, Prof. Van der Bank of Human Sciences, Prof. Deng of Engineering Science, Prof. Churap of Management Science, Dr. Mabuzo of Applied Sciences. Governance structures, the chairperson of VUT Council and Mfuleni Mayor Councillor Simon Saima Hule Mufukeng, Convocation President absent, Comrade James Kwane, Convocation Deputy President absent, Comrade Ikaning Selvin Mapalala, members of the SRC interim, satellite campuses, Apentin, Secunda, Davidton, unions, both Nehau and Teu present, all political structures and all political protocol observed. 1 minute is gone. 3 minutes is a very short time. One can be allocated representing majority stakeholders, students, but it's just a congratulatory remark. We encounter challenges and problems every day in the institution. The institution currently is experiencing a financial crisis situation. This has happened last time around, whereby the institution this happened whereby the Department of Education had to appoint an administrator by the name of Fitzgerald. It is because of corruption, theft, maladministration, money laundering, racketeering, and all sorts of criminal activities and justice of self-gain and enrichment that leads, and injustices for self-gain and enrichment that leads the institution being put under financial administration. We need a debt recovery strategy. We acknowledge that student debt is a challenge, and the Vice-Chancellor, you have taken great notice and a great deal of concern that we need to establish a committee to raise funds for students who are owing the university for them to register in each academic year. Vice-Chancellor, we are aware of your background and we are aware of your fundamental skills. That is the former advisor of the VC in University of Fort Hare, the former registrar at the University of South Africa, UNISA, the former DVC, Deputy Vice-Chancellor in Governance and Transformation in VUT. We know of your establishment of establishing transformation and education within the institution. You've done really good work. And also one of your fundamentals, and also that is going to come to us as a great deal of enjoyment, is that you don't even have a single dent of any corruption scandal linked to you. We know of your readings, we know of your writings, we know you're an anthropology graduate and you've contributed life. And we also know during your time as the SRC Deputy President of the University of Fort Hare, will dig deep, and we also know as a Black consciousness student. That is why we took a great deal of strides to make sure that we contribute in making sure that Professor Zide becomes the VC. But that does not mean that you owe us. What you owe us is transparency, accountability, and transforming the systems of the university. We noticed that we have got weekly EMC sittings in the institution. Yes, that is good. You can't take decisions alone in such a big institute. But we are still awaiting a formal request for the first SRC and EMC sitting, because nothing about us without our student first SRC to the front. It is not going to be a honeymoon or a fairy tale between management and student leadership. We will have tensions, we will have conflicts, but we must never resolve our tensions and conflicts through expelling, suspending, or targeting student leadership. At no point of time, we are going to allow student victimization. The only alternative solution, it is a roundtable discussion whereby dialectics in its three forms of laws, the thesis, the antithesis, and the synthesis will prevail. Lastly, we are aware of the debt recovery strategy that management has done. Management has increased fees at external residencies by 24%. That is the debt recovery strategy that they are doing. It is robbery and a daily thuggery, and we are not going to allow it. The ministerial report said you must increase fees from 0 to 8%. The ministerial report from Dr. Zimand. We questioned that earlier this year as political structures. We were told that there's a year whereby President Zuma did not increase fees. But President Zuma did not say you must pay revenge and double. President Zuma did not say you must pay revenge, double the fees and triple the fees. The provision of the fees is 0% to 8%. We know that fees have been increasing 24%. In the next EMC meeting, we are going to raise that, and we are going to come with that victorious, because we have done a thorough analysis and research about it. Professor Zide on the 6th of August on Monday raised the genuine concerns that in the institution there are vacant, actually in the institution there are ghost posts that were created. We know that some of these posts were not on the onogram. We are saying to Prof. Zide, can you please close those posts with immediate crisis, because such posts lead to overstaffing and leads the university into institutional crisis. We've got threats that workers are going to be retrenched because the university is overstaffed. Nehawu and Tewu are making a call to you, don't allow such things. Whoever contributed in the university finding itself in that position, they must not only pay with their lives but with their employment too. On the last issue, we're just going to make an example how the university, just a typical example on one of the issues of a maladministration. Tender procurement decisions are a problem in the institution. It seems as if there are rats who go to cheese factories and want to milk the man of the institution. We don't have any problem with anybody in the university. We don't have any target of members of management. But if ever we've got a sniff that there's anybody who's involved in that corruption activity, unfortunately, you are granted as our enemy. You've got a company that comes in the institution by the name, I'm going to make an example, by the name of SSG. They are fixing cameras, okay? They've changed. The current company does not have a tax team. They are a tax team. It changes. It's an interim contract. It changes. There are 96 points. Number one, to go audit a tender. The process is found flawed. We have had a situation where we were told that the previous company was rewarded a tender, but that company that doesn't even have a website, and they milk the university millions. So we're saying to management of the university, sort out your issues, sort out your differences, but on issues of corruption, it led us to this crisis that we're having. But in Professor Zide, we've got faith in you, and we'll assist one another using the CC approach, complement and contradict. Also, the Vice-Chancellor, I think the new Chancellor here has also spoken about, they've spoken about 17 trillion, really. We need such an individual who can outsource such funds and give us such funds. Lastly, we thank the support of VUT broader community. The former in academic research, Prof. Low, I quote him once said, he quoted a guy named John, if ever you're walking in a park and nobody's following you, you're not leading, you're taking a walk. So we're not gonna take walk, we're gonna take leadership and decisive measures. Amandla.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, leadership. Thank you very much, Mr. Tlina Bantu. I'm sure Professor Zide has already assured everybody that his leadership style is going to be very inclusive. And he has already indicated that by having a meeting with our interim SRC. So that's going to be the order of the day, but thank you very much for your comments. Can I now call upon Senate Representative Professor Maurice Ndege, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Technology. Professor Ndege.
Program Director, the Chair of the Council and his deputy, His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Mofokeng, and the deputies Dudu Kamani, Madam. Our minister present and any assistant ministers around, representatives of our foreign missions, Chancellor, Vice-Chancellors are present, Professor Zide, our new Vice-Chancellor, professors, my colleagues, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be very short in my remarks. From the Senate side, we are extremely excited to have Dr. Mkhwanazi as our Chancellor. Why? He's wearing a very thick hat and has climbed the ladders of the industry to where he is at the moment, controlling those trillions that you talked about. But the trillions don't just come. You ask for it, you account for it, you work hard for it. And we can only do that if our students work hard and our staff work hard, and we excel in education in this country. Then they will come. From Senate, we are also very excited that our new Vice-Chancellor is not a new man to us. He has gone through the ranks, Registrar, Forter, advisor to the Vice-Chancellor, went to National Mandela University, followed our outgoing Vice-Chancellor, Professor Irene Mutlana, whom he worked under for a very long time, so I'm sure he has got a very, very rich background. What is exciting is this. Here we have two people. The Chancellor, who is purely a STEM person. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But remember, there is no STEM without human science and management science. They have to be there. So to shape them, we have human science and management science to speak into what STEM is supposed to be. And on the other side, we have a social scientist with anthropology background, who has been a member of the governance of this university before he became the registrar of UNISA. So he's not new to the ballgame. He has been well educated and well tuned by our outgoing Vice-Chancellor, Professor Irene Mutlana, such that we really don't have anything to talk to him about that he doesn't know. He's going to embrace both wisdom and governance. And by the way, interestingly, he was the Deputy Vice-Chancellor for Governance, Operation, and Transformation here. It looks to me that that is his call, governance. So from the Senate point of view, Professor Zide, our Vice-Chancellor, we are very excited to have you among us. We believe during your time, we are going to have constructive dialogue in Senate on education, that is on teaching and learning matters, but at the same time on governance. Because as you can hear, our kids, whom we are actually nurturing to take over from us, are challenging that, just like at home. Dad and Mom, but I would like to do this. Yes, it is true. It is your right. But also listen to us. Because where you are, we have been there. But where we are, you have not been there. You will come there one time. I'm a very strong believer on what Professor Zide said. We shall talk. We shall talk and discuss, but within the ethics of both Kings 1 to 3 and the latest 4. In other words, when you come for a talk, you have your point on the issue, not on other issues. Because the VC will not have a lot of time on other things, but you would like to address the issue. You said the VC for all the stakeholders. SRC, Senate, Institutional Forum, all the unions, NTEU and NEHAU, and the convocation, which is our alumni. So let us give him time, but let us engage him. He has opened his heart for us, and we in Senate will welcome him and embrace him. We sure, as the chair of Senate, he will guide us through with his experience. We shall also tell him what we think, but we shall listen to him, and I am sure we shall come to a conclusion. The journey ahead of us is not easy, as Professor Ahmed Bauer said. But we should not forget one thing. We have got a nation to keep together. We have got the young people to mold, to take over. This in front row and the behind row may not be there at that time you are going to be leaders. Some of them might be walking with sticks, supported, nobody knows. But take from them only the good things, not the unethical things. With those few remarks, we welcome both our Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor from the Senate side to lead us and steer this ship through the waters to our destination. Our destination is up there. Our destination is up there. From your eyes, you will say it's there, but I can tell it's beyond your eyes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ndege. I will call upon Mr. Jerry Moluzi, who is representing the Institutional Forum. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, Dr. Eknamulewa, Chancellor Dr. Mkhwanazi, Chairperson of Council, Councillor Simon Mfukeng, Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Council and Council members, Vice-Chancellor and the Principal, Professor Zide, Executive Management of Committee, our esteemed guests from government, esteemed guests from the private sector, organized labor, Student Representative Council, colleagues and students. On behalf of Institutional Forum, I would like to express our congratulations to the newly appointed Vice-Chancellor and the Principal, Professor Zide. As part of rituals of any public university, our course continues to be influencing the socio-political discourse of the country, the region, and the continent. Thus, a place called university has always attracted myriad of contestation across various ideological backgrounds. The reins are now truly yours, Professor Zide, to navigate the tides and uncertainties that comes with a public duty. As you know, as our country today, we've been confronted with difficult questions. Among those questions is the conscience and the public duty, which has been thrown into the realm of dualism and plurality. We've become more vulnerable and disengaged the society than at any point in the history of our country. The silence and the absence of the critical voices from the universities and the academics, intellectuals, leaves us with no alternative narratives. The rising levels of violence has become alternative narratives to challenge the state-dominated narratives. Prof. Zide, you are called upon by time, by circumstances, challenges, and the society at large to rise to the occasion. Congratulations once more and good luck with your career. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jerry Moluzi. We now want to call upon a union representative from Nehau. Okay, we will move on. Apologies for that. He probably is not here, Mr. John Sivambu. We want to call upon a union representative. Oh, he's here. He's here. Come over, please.
Afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Program Director, for giving us this opportunity this afternoon to say some few words as Nehau. The Vice-Chancellor of the VUT, the Chancellor of the VUT, and the Chairman of the Council, Council members, VUT Executive Management Team, distinguished guests, comrades, staff, and students. Good afternoon. Now, I wish to take this opportunity and join other stakeholders in congratulating our new Chancellor, Dr. Mkhwanazi, and the Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Prof. Zide. We wish you well in your new responsibilities, and as labor organization, we are looking forward to working with you. We affirm that our vision The vision that the VC, Prof. Zide, shared with all of us as stakeholders has been well received and accepted. We as labor organization are aware that there's a mountain to climb and challenges ahead of you. But you can conquer this through consultative leadership, as we know that you champion it. You indicated to us that it will be one of your strategies. As we inaugurate you today, as Nahawi, we wish to caution you as an accounting officer against things that may make your term difficult and unsuccessful. As a leader, we want you to look at to avoid issue of favoritism. We want you to look at understanding that you are the accounting officer. There are no other offices that must have power other than you. Factionalism in a university, we don't expect you as a head to be forming part of a certain cabal. We expect you to be a leader. And we also want to caution you against taking decisions based on face value, because we believe that as a leader, when there are issues before you, you take decision based on the merits of the case. It shouldn't be because I'm close to you or because I'm an ANC cadre or I'm an EFF. Take decision based on the merits before you. Again, we want to caution you about inconsistencies. When you take decisions, let it be clear that don't give John a yes today, and when Martha comes with the same problem, you give a no. Let it be the same strategy to everybody. Apply the same thing to everybody. Lack of transparency. I think some of the comrades, including my student leadership, they've touched on it about transparency, and you indicated as well that you plan to be transparent. You're going to be giving the state of the university addresses and so on. And another thing that we want you to look at it and dwell too much into it is the issue about the policies. Policies need to be clear. You know, if policies are clear, there's no use for us to say that I'm going to play around this particular line and 1, 2, 3. If policies are clear, there's no use for me to say that I need to go and argue against this. So make sure that your policies are very clear. This is just a few that we are mentioning. At this stage, the university needs a leader who understands the operation of the university quite clear and take firm decisions so as to give sound turnaround strategy. We as NEHAW, we believe that in your leadership. You are not new to us. We also know that you are keen in transformation and that we want. And Prof, we need to indicate that your involvement in some departments will be very much imperative. We'll knock on your door so much. There is still transformation that is lacking in this university, and that need to be attended to. As Labour, we're committed to see functioning VUT. At some stage, we will have dissenting view, but that doesn't make us enemies. And you must understand that as Labour, we'll always have to defend our own constituency. So if we differ, that doesn't make you to say that, no, I don't like that gentleman because he's disrespecting. There's no respect, there's not respect or disrespect. It's an issue of principle that we'll be working upon, Prof. But at some stage, we'll be forced to come to a compromise stage. But wherever we come to a compromise stage, it's a non-fact that it's not a question that you have lost or win. We're doing it for the interest of the university. As long as the university go forward, because me and you may be out of the university anytime, and then the university still have to move. So the principles need to be set and need to be clear. As now, we have an obligation to serve and protect our constituency or our people. For this university to be competitive, you need to have happy employees and to have safe and conducive working environment. And as now, we wish to congratulate both of you the Chancellor, and yourselves as a VC. I see I'm having my comrade from who was on Parliament. They say I must ask you whether you voted with the confidence or you didn't vote with the confidence. And thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shivambu. We'll call upon the representative from TEU. Do we have the representative from TEU? Thank you. Yeah, he's coming on. Thank you.
The Executive Mayor, the Chairman of the Council, the Honorable Minister, the Chancellor, your family, the Vice-Chancellor, your family, members of the Council, Deputy Vice-Chancellors, Deans, distinguished guests, all protocol observed, Mr. MC. We are gathered today to witness a new beginning and change in VUT community. We are here to congratulate Dr. Mkhwanazi and Professor Zide as Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor respectively. Well, congratulations from Ndeu. We wish you both a prosperous and a very fruitful road ahead. In an interview with the Sowetan newspaper entitled "A New Broom at Vaal University," Professor Zide says, and I quote, "When one is chosen as a leader, it should not be for personal gain, but for the people they serve." 5 or 10 years from now, may I add, the people you will serve will judge you by the decisions and actions that you make today. People will look back to the statement you made in that interview and in your inaugural statement and ask you if indeed you came to this university to serve its community. Accepting the position as the head of VUT means that, Professor Zide, you made your research and assessed the situation as it is now at this institution. And with all and everything considered, you decided to accept this institution, this position to lead us into new heights. Nteu, as one of the union here in this institution, is looking forward to having a cordial working relationship with you. A relationship that will ensure that the VUT community is motivated and supported in their respective departments to strive for excellence. Because we believe together we have the responsibility to make this university one of the most recognized universities for its academic achievement, both in teaching and research, to create a culture of ownership amongst the staff as well as students. Financial constraints, academic throughput are amongst the problems which needs your attention as the new broom. We at Nteu have faith that management under your leadership and both unions can be able to find solutions to these pressing issues. The good news, however, for you, Mr. Vice-Chancellor, is that you have the most dedicated staff here at VUT, which is committed and dedicated to advancing the interests of VUT. This should form the basis of your starting point. Your CV is impeccable on paper. All obstacles you face here could easily be overcome. And this is what we are looking forward to, your experience and knowledge of this sector to see us through the stormy weathers. Together with the Chancellor, Dr. Mkhwanazi, we hope that this day marks a new beginning of greater things to come. Once again, on behalf of Nteu, I would like to wish you a prosperity and success in this endeavor. For your success is our success, and our success is the success of VUT. Congratulations and welcome to this university. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nteu. I'll move on straight to inviting the Honorable Minister, Dr. Edna Molewa, Minister of the Department of Water and Environmental Affairs. You are most welcome, Honorable Minister, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor, his Program Director,
seems to have been consultation all over around us this evening. Consultation about having voted with the confidence or conscience. I was engaged in a consultation here at this little corner of whether, with the chair of the council, whether I should actually go through the protocol list given the time. And I was advised, and this is not being ill-advised, I take it, that I should really just shorten it. And that's what I'm intending to do, just to be as brief as possible. But even though that is the case, I think we should single out the leadership, especially our most honored guests tonight, who have been, we gathered here to actually celebrate the Chancellor, as well as the Vice-Chancellor, new from the box. Maybe not so new in the tasks, other tasks, yes, but new from the box. The chair of the council and all other members of the council, all other professors in your different categories, wherever you are representing here, as well as the representatives from the students, convocation, principals, all of you, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I want to start by requesting to just indicate that I am here today representing both myself, as having been invited here, but also as a Chancellor of Sefako Makatu Health Sciences University. My chair of the council is here as well. But because we never suspend our tasks as representatives of the people in government, I want to also take this opportunity to just say a few words on behalf of our government. First of all, allow me to express our most sincere appreciation for being invited here to this ceremony of investiture, for the new Chancellor and the Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the VUT University of Technology. Someone said earlier on, I think it's the chair, Professor, rightfully so, this is your home, Edna Molewa. Yes, indeed, I want to confirm that this is actually my home. I am here to work with you also into the future, and I want to just pledge my undivided support to these tasks that are facing us. May I also extend very warm congratulations to Dr. Xolani Humphrey Mkhwanazi and Professor Gordon Zide on their investiture. Both are very capable individuals indeed. We have already heard through many speakers who have already spoken since this afternoon. We therefore want to express our appreciation for accepting this weighty responsibility in leading this institution as it charts the course for the future. This is indeed a proud moment for us as the academic community, a proud moment for this province of Gauteng, and indeed a proud moment for all of us throughout the country. It is indeed important that we have this investiture during the Women's Month. We are also celebrating this Women's Month, and a lot has been said about it, but I want to say that within the context of what we are celebrating this month as women, we are looking forward also
to work with yourselves as a new leadership in really ensuring that we develop our women in this country. We are indeed very confident that both of you as leaders of this institution, you will serve to inspire, to motivate and lead the VUT to even greater heights of success and achievements. From where it was, of course, under the able leadership of Professor Irene Motlana, who was a Vice-Chancellor, and also another woman who was a Chancellor here, Advocate Pensi Tlakula. We are looking forward, therefore, to success and continuous success at this university. Ladies and gentlemen, higher education plays a most important critical role in driving any nation's development. It infuses the country with intellectual capital and provides a sound environment to support students on the road to fulfilling their dreams. And I want to emphasize supporting students to fulfilling their dreams, because we believe that each and every student has a dream to fulfill. Since its establishment, we are told, in fact, this is public information and knowledge, that since 2004, every year, the VUT attracts approximately 21,000 students enrollment from 29 countries across the world. This is actually indicative of the wealth of information, the education that you are providing at this institution. And this is largely owing to our reputation as a VUT, not just for teaching and learning, but also for research, community outreach, and public services. And the Vaal University of Technology continues to blaze a trail by heavily investing resources and teaching capacity to prepare graduates not just for the future, but also to meet the demands of South Africa, Africa, and indeed for the global economy. Yes, indeed, I, at this point in time, want to say something just to protect Dr. Mkhwanazi. I turned 60 years old, even if as I look 16. On the 23rd of March this year, my neighbor, Dr. Anna Mkhokong, also turned 60 just recently. So we had an opportunity to celebrate together. Why am I bringing this 60? It's because I'm part of those who are looking forward to getting my pension from PIC. So I want to protect Dr. Mkhwanazi, that the trillions that Dr. Mkhokong spoke about is actually my money. So please don't expect that he'll bring trillions here tomorrow, because otherwise I'll toy and begin doing things that are not right, because I'm expecting to go on pension soon, as I have turned this. Vaal University of Technology continues to be ablaze, as I said, and those accolades aside, ladies and gentlemen, we are alive to the fact that higher education is currently at a very, very critical stage, many fronts in South Africa, with the issues of funding for institutions of higher learning being at the forefront of the national discourse. We do, however, know that with the dialogue that's going on in the country, we shall indeed overcome. Professor Motlana raised the matter around issues related to, and many other speakers, I think, earlier on, related to the need to deal with this matter of free education or otherwise, for the poor or for whoever, the elite and so forth, possibly. But this is a matter that we have to hold this dialogue as a country, and the faster we conclude this matter, the better. We must also remember that we started with funding of education through a fund called NSFAS. In 1994, in far less than R1 billion. We're now funding for over 21 billion rand. Still not enough, but we have to have that dialogue. All who need support as students must get that support as we continue, and that dialogue must actually go to that direction in all fronts. Furthermore, as developing countries of the world prepare themselves to meet the twin challenges of the opportunities that are posed by the fourth industrial revolution, a critical question, Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor, and the academic community that needs to be asked of our institutions of higher learning in particular, and not just the VUT, but all of us, is how best to position ourselves as premier centers of learning and world leaders in research and development in the context of this fourth industrial revolution. We can't sit and wait and be knocked down by a train that we see coming. We need to begin to think hard about this and do something, particularly in the R&D space, so that we also become producers of technology, innovators, and so forth, as we are doing at this institution. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing prepares today's vice-chancellors to what awaits them, actually. They may sometimes think that we're always better prepared, but institutions are changing at a very phenomenal pace. So, we at this VUT, as new leadership, must do our part in this particular, in understanding the changes that are happening around us. And we must also be very ready to brace ourselves for the impact that information technology introduces. Knowledge is access and therefore not ubiquitous. So the authority shift from lecturer to the internet also is something that we must continue to consider. Secondly, universities must continue to compete for students and funding. And unfortunately, the competition is not a leveled playing field. We know that historically disadvantaged universities such as this one are still hamstrung by poor facilities, and as such, we have to find very innovative ways to catch up with this. Thirdly, your appointment, Vice-Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor, coincides with an economically constrained environment here in this country. And within this context, the demands are often very unrealistic against diminishing resources. So navigating through this space is a managerial challenge that we must continue to overcome. And fourthly, and this is very important, like the 1976 generation, today's students are highly politicized. They cross-question, they cross-examine, and every leader of an institution of higher learning must actually embrace himself. With your experience, himself or herself, with your experience that you have, we know that you have that potential of continuously responding to any potential sporadic action that may come. And managing political actions among students' formation is indeed a skill that can only be learned in the theater of the struggle. This is something that we know you have learned in the past in your various capacities, as it has been alluded to, and we know that there is a whole lot of us here to work together and support yourselves. And lastly, no institution can escape the imperatives of development. Universities cannot remain aloof to the socio-economic challenges facing South Africa. We know that you are equals to the task. We know that as a new leadership, you will play your part. Yes, indeed, you are equals to the task, but we also have to be realistic and very much alive to the situations. Over the past 23 years, the African National Congress government has consolidated political democracy. And our democratic pillars fundamentals are in place and have stood the test of the time. We have now embarked on the second phase of the transition of radical socio-economic transformation. And amongst these are issues such as decolonization of our education, that which the student community is actually raising very sharply right now. As you know, we actually discussed some of these things at our policy conference. And within the context of us meeting our developmental challenges, be they social, political, and economic, it will always be overwhelmingly in the public interest to know that institutions supported by public money are also playing their part. The days when universities were ivory towers there are gone, and someone referred to this matter earlier on, that there must always be that interconnectedness. And I'm glad that within the time space that I've been interacting with this university, I've realized that interconnectedness with the society out there. And we want to encourage our new leadership also to ensure that that interconnectedness continue. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the public representatives, these are the concerns that we expect university leadership to address as that public representative. It is actually very laudable that this venerable institution, the VUT, has called upon men of the caliber of the new Chancellor and the Vice-Chancellor and Principal to lead it in driving this vision of being a world-class institution deeply rooted in Africa. As was said, Dr. Mkhwanazi is an internationally experienced business leader with extensive executive leadership, business and technical experience across a range of sectors. Professor Zide is a renowned academic and social scientist whose career spans more than 3 decades. His career of expertise include academic administration, human resources, human capital, strategic planning, and financial management, to name but a few. Neither of you were obliged, our new leadership, to accept these positions. You have been chosen to be here. Yes, by a popular vote, by the people, you have been chosen to be here. And in doing so, you have infused all of us with a sense of optimism and resolve to work harder to make the VUT a premier center of learning for the country and for the continent. The responsibility of leading this institution is one you have not taken lightly, but no doubt taken on with considerable reflection, deliberation, and indeed peace of mind, would like to believe. Now, as the VUT embarks on a new era of leadership, we remain confident that the groundwork laid by our predecessors has put the institution on a solid footing to face the future with optimism. And here I really want to emphasize optimism, not cautious optimism, because it is important to remain very positive in whichever way we look at life. If we see negatives only, our negative minds will produce negative thinking. So we all have to see positivism in the new leadership appointment, positivism in the new program that has been charted for this university, positivism in what we ourselves can do at this university. It starts with each and every one of us. Every individual has a role to play. If we can start pointing fingers at one another, there will be very little success. What can bring us together is to unite, work together, find solutions to problems. Of course, problems will always be there. They cannot never run away. But find solution to every problem. And as I conclude, I will be failing in my duty if I do not once again make a call to this new leadership to continue the good relationship that we have had, in particular this time, I did say that I'll keep talking about government, with the department that I'm tasked to lead. It is called DIA. It doesn't have an R at the end. This DIA is only DEA. We are at this point in time very much working together, and we are also at a very advanced stage, Professor Motana will talk about or know about this, remember, to actually finalize in the backroom preparatory work of very critical work of electronic e-waste center setting up here at the university, the first of its kind. That will actually be established here at this university. Our focus is to support this university, to ensure that we get the young men and women who are out there, high numbers of unemployed, but very qualified young people, to actually be here and engage in centers like that so that they can walk out of a university like this one, not with a CV only, but with a business plan, looking for a business proposition to actually take this country forward, not only with a CV. I don't say that CVs are not important. They are important, but it is important that we produce a student community that will walk out of here with a business plan. That is what we are intending to do, to support you in the work that you do. We have new programs in the biodiversity space, very new greenfield programs, which we would like to work together on. In the space of climate change, finding new technologies ourselves as a country. We don't have to rely on other countries where we actually could be sold some obsolete technologies, but we need to innovate and innovate here in South Africa, and this is one of those places where we can do that. I lastly say congratulations are in order. Thank you very much. We congratulate you for this.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We thank you very much for your remarks, and we want to assure you that as an institution, we will continue to work with your ministry, with your department, especially in the key areas of e-waste, biodiversity, climate change, and obviously the need for us to innovate and to prepare our students for the future. So we thank you very much for your comments. At this stage, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon Ms. Dudu Nyamane. She is the Deputy Chairperson of our Council. Ms. Nyamane has been with this institution for a very long time. This is actually her second term as a member of Council of the Value University of Technology. Please help me to welcome Ms. Dudu Nyamane.
On behalf of the Council, the Executive Management Team, it gives me great pleasure to propose a vote of thanks this evening, this early evening. But before I do that, I would like to acknowledge this crucial month of August, a month of women. I'd like to say to women, please don't forget that you are divine. You are phenomenal, you are unstoppable, you were fearfully and wonderfully created. If on Wednesday you were never celebrated, you didn't get a gift, you didn't get a bouquet of flowers, please know that those things don't complete you. You are complete the way you are. And make sure that before the end of this month, you go out and celebrate yourself. Don't wait for anybody to celebrate you. Why? Because you are complete. Ladies and gentlemen, The program director mentioned when we started that this is a very prestigious function in the history of this institution. When we came in here at the start of the ceremony, there were 2 big empty chairs over there. After 3 or 4 hours, those empty chairs are filled with formidable gentlemen, distinguished gentlemen. A big round of applause. I would like to say to you, Mr. Chancellor, Honorable Chancellor, that as the program director has said, I'm serving for my 2nd term. This is my 2nd term being on council. And we have been without a chancellor all the time for 3 years. We could not even pronounce the word chancellor. We don't even know the role of a chancellor. But because the chancellor is here now, we just want to say to you, as a council, as the executive team, we did everything in our power to do what we could do. However, we could not fill your boots. We could not fulfill your fiduciary duties because we were not fit to do that. If you see any cracks when you start doing your job, forgive us. But we want to believe that those cracks happen because you were not there. And we know that as soon as you step on, the cracks will close. Sometimes as a council, when you are given a task to recruit and select, you doubt your decision. You think that people will come and say you made the wrong decision. But today, I feel good because this appointment has been approved in various ways. There has been a best of song, people have nodded, people have said good things, and I want to believe that you are a man fit for purpose. We have heard it from your colleagues, we have seen your profile, and we are happy that you are here to complement our VC. Professor Zide, thanks to Bishop Siwa, he gave me a new term, descriptive term this morning, or this afternoon, that I will use to describe your character. Very easy. Goju. Goju. Goju means hard and soft, and this is who you are. And we know you will carry the Goju spiritually when you lead this institution. Goju. No nonsense man, but you have a heart. You are supportive. You are an inspiring leader. Listening to your acceptance address, and this has been quoted by other speakers, you spoke so deeply about ethical leadership, that we need ethical leadership. You spoke about transparency, about governance, and we promise you as council, being supported by the chair of the council, that we are going to give you that space. We cannot wait for you to take over and show us how you're gonna do this thing. You invited us to join you on a mountain of, I didn't hear whether you said of experience or exploration. We are ready to join you. We'll support you every step of the way. Gentlemen, congratulations. We are really happy that you are on board. We are excited about this university. I can feel the excitement from the audience. We are really happy. Things are going to turn around in a big way. As I propose my vote of thanks, I would like to start with the program director, my colleague and my friend. You've been so professional in this job, and you had sense of humor. You kept us together. The house is still almost 99% full, I guess. We've got older people who had to leave the room to go and do other things, maybe take medication, but congratulations and thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizing team for organizing this big event. From the conception of the idea to the plans to the implementation. Well done, well done. I would like to acknowledge and thank our choir. I'm so proud of you. I am indeed so proud of you. Professor Montana, thanks to you. These are your children. We can generate a lot of income with this choir. Maybe this is something that I need to discuss with the CFO. Thank you so much. My favorite song was Peperi Peri Pepepe. That was my favorite song. To our guests, Bare mutu ke mutu ka batho. Le batle, you took your time to come and support us. You made this occasion. Nidle ukotini ni bahle. Thank you so much. Ke leboge le batho ba lekwa ba Sedibeng. You have given us an opportunity to continue to use this institution to nourish the children of Sedibeng and beyond. Thank you very much to the community of Lekwa of Sedibeng. I keep on saying Lekwa Sedibeng. My apologies, Councillor. And then to the student body, Banabaka Libatle, you look so presentable. Just give them a big round of applause. Look at them. Wow. Well done. Thank you so much. I'd like to also acknowledge the inauguration team. I didn't have the right term for them, but there were quite a lot of colleagues and friends who helped to do what they had to do here. Thank you very much for that. Under the leadership of our registrar, Dr. Mkhwanazi, thank you so much. On that note, I think I have thanked everybody, but if I didn't thank you, I wish to say thank you very much. I don't want to leave anybody out because you made our objectives successful. We delivered because of you. I'm going to indulge you before I sit down. I'm going to ask you to say what I'm going to say with me. Here I start. May this big river of the Vaal and its rivulets continue to nourish the people of Sedibeng, Gauteng, South Africa, and beyond, with knowledge, with prosperity, with health, and good health. Bula, Bula. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sis Dudu. I think, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that as an institution, we are led by people that know what they're doing, that we are led by people with a passion, that we are led by people that know exactly what higher education is all about. A round of applause for Sis Dudu. Thank you. At this stage, ladies and gentlemen, I now call upon our choir to lead us in singing the national anthem and ask all of us to stand.
See
by virtue of the powers vested in me as Chancellor, I now dissolve the congregation of the VAL University of Technology.
Zide.